Yo, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate. Hope y'all having a good morning or evening or night or whatever it may be for you. I'm feeling good, feeling great. I thought about it and I was like, we're so close to the ending of the event story. I figure we might as well go ahead and finish it, right? The thing is, I don't think that's going to take the entire time that we have today. But I figure we should still go ahead and do it. Now, what we're gonna do after that, I have no idea. We'll play it by ear, I suppose. I don't know if you guys remember yesterday. I said I was going to go ahead and do the whole NBA thread on Reddit and all that stuff. Yeah, well, that was the plan, but somehow I ended up at one of the games. A long story. So, yeah, that whole plan kind of got nixed in the butt. Bam! Inactive for too long. Please log in again. There ain't no problem. Not a problem. Bro, I can't believe I didn't get Helen. I'm still kind of hurt about that. Inverse cipher. Still pretty hurt about that one. We lost a 50-50 yesterday, if you guys didn't see. It's a sad, sad moment. How did the performance go? Perfectly, of course. Even Zawi told me my sense of rhythm was getting better. Stone face as she is. Called her stone face. I've seen you practicing hard. Good work. Hang on, you're going to pat me on the head. Don't treat me like a kid. Sabrina always hooks a brother up. See, Sabrina always hooks her brother up. Oh, I got my ticket. Now I can ignore this place for the rest of the week. No, I'm joking. Okay, so before we start, you guys know how I mentioned earlier that I ended up at one of the games? Well, I went to the NBA game, right? And you know how, like, you know, you get to the game and stuff, you know, you want to have a good time. So it's like, okay, well, let me get me some drinks, right? So I was getting some drinks and whatnot, and you know, you're having a good time, you're drinking and stuff, but then it's time to go to your seat, and then you're looking around, and you know, the venues can get kind of a little confusing at times, right? Especially when you've been drinking. So I tried to find my seat, but it was a little confusing the way they had the seat numbers and whatnot, the section numbers. But anyway, so I did what, you know, I looked for some help. You know, I figured I did what, you know, what the normal person would do. You know, so I went to one of the ushers. I'm like, you know, I'm asking for directions, and you know, she was very helpful. She was like, no, you're actually not in the right seat right now. You know, you should be one section over, you know, so she helped me out. And I was like, oh, you know what? You're right. So anyway, I get to my seat, you know, and everything is cool. And so I'm sitting in my seat, and then next thing I know, about 10 minutes later or so, after I reach my seat, I see that same usher. She's coming up towards me. She walks up and she's like, no, this isn't the right seat. you're actually another section over. And I'm like, oh, really? So I'm like, oh, okay, well, she knows best, right? So then I get up again, mind you, like, there's like a few people who've been sitting in their seats already and whatnot. The game is still a ways off, the game hasn't really started, so it's not as crowded as it could be, but there are still quite a few people who have already reached their seats. And I've been kind of like loitering, well, not really loitering, but like wandering around the area trying to find my seat. So I was already kind of like having people having to stand up and stuff to like let me through as I'm kind of like trying to find where I'm going. So now I'm basically having to get up again, and I'm once again having to have people stand up for me and stuff so that I can get through through the rows and stuff. But there was this one couple in particular who like has seen this whole thing going down from the start, like from when I first arrived. And when I got the directions the first time, she with the direction, the seat that she pointed me to initially was kind of like right next to this couple who saw me arrive, and I was initially going to go there, but then I thought, because of the way the seat numbers were kind of weird, because it was kind of like a rolling, I don't know how to really explain it, like it was like a rolling row, so to speak. Like it was like one big like row, and it was going through like all of this different sections. So it never really stopped, but the numbers would just like kind of change. So it was like once you get to one section, it would restart at like 1 and then keep going until it get like to like 20 something. But then the row would never end, and then it would just repeat like 1 again, right? So it was like really confusing. Whereas like sometimes you would have rows that were clearly separated per section. I don't know if you guys can really understand what I'm trying to say, but anyway, point is, I initially saw the couple when I first came in, and I was gonna sit there, but then I was like, no, I'm actually another section over. So I just initially just turned back around, even though I walked up towards where they were at. I just turned back around and just went back around to the next section that was to the left of them. Come to find out, I was actually in a section with them after I got my initial help from the usher. I say all this to say that, the couple had seen the whole thing happening, and they were like kind of like poking fun at me and stuff, because they were like, oh, you finally arrived, you're here, you made it. And they were messing with me and stuff, like just being fun, just having fun. And I was joking back with them like, yeah, I'm here. But then once I sat down, like I said, the usher comes back up 10 minutes later, and she's like, no, you're in the next section over. So now I'm walking back past the couple again, and they're like, oh, like, yeah, those are better seats over there anyway, So like this couple, like particularly the guy, but his lady friend was also like, having fun and talking, but it was very, very interesting and just very silly moment, right? But anyway, so she has me move over another section, which is now to the right of where I was sitting. And we get over to this section, and there's a person in my quote unquote seat. So now she asked them, like, well, what seat number do you have? And the person that was in the seat was like, saying the seat number and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, like, it was starting to get a little weird at this point, right? And on the way over, I kind of was starting to feel like maybe the usher even didn't really know where we were going, right? But I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to be, like she was the usher, so I figured, like she knew where we were going, right? But anyway, so the person that was in my seat, quote unquote, they are sitting there and they're like, no, this is my seat. Like they're contesting it. Like, no, like this is my seat. She's like, no, this is his seat. So they go back and forth for a little bit, and I'm kind of just standing there like, like wondering what's going on, right? Eventually, she goes back down to like, because the way it was is like you come up at the bottom of the section and then like you go up from there to get to like, your row or whatever. So she goes back down to where you kind of first come in at, and that's where it shows like all of the different sections, numbers, and like, which gate you're in and stuff like that for like your things. But anyway, she goes back down to go check now because she's trying to like see like exactly where we are. She checks, and then I see like a weird look come across her face, right? So then she comes back, and then she starts apologizing like crazy to me, right? Like, actually, this isn't your seat. You were already in your seat when I first came and got you. She's like, so I'm gonna have to have you move back to where you were. I'm like, she's like very apologetic. You could tell like she was kind of embarrassed because like this is her job. She's supposed to know this, right? And I'm like, it was no big deal to me like that. Like it wasn't that serious to me. So I'm like, it's all right, it's all cool. Like you ain't gotta apologize or anything like that. She's like, no, it's not okay. I shouldn't have done that. Like a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, she apologizes to the person who she said was in my seat, and so then I go back to my seat. So now once again I'm passing that same couple again. The guy's like, oh, third time's a charm, huh? So I'm over here laughing at this guy. The lady's apologizing to me. It was just such a crazy sequence of events. And I eventually get back to my seat. And this time, what ended up happening was, once I got back to my seat, I realized that I had actually left my drink back over where she was taking me earlier, because I kind of like, while they were discussing like, was that my seat or not, like I kind of like sat my drink down that I had. So I left that over there. So then I had to get back up again. And I'm like, this time I'm like, okay, well, no, I can't go past this couple again. Like I keep making them stand up and they're like, you know what, like you're good, we're used to it at this point. I'm like, so I just started laughing even more. It was crazy, man. It was a crazy situation. So I go get my drink, I come back to my seat, everything's good. But the lady is still like there, and she's like apologizing so much to me. She's like promising me like she's gonna go and like get some kind of like gift for me and whatnot. for making me, like basically like a complimentary gift or whatever for like, I guess the inconvenience, I guess. Like, I'm like, it's not really a big inconvenience. The biggest inconvenience is for this couple that I gotta keep walking past. Not me per se, you know what I mean? But, that's what she said she was gonna do and stuff, She said all of that and whatnot, but come to find out, I never saw her the rest of the night. So, so I don't know what happened with that. Maybe she got lost. I don't know. No, I'm joking. She's very nice though. I actually very much understand like how stuff like that can happen and how you can like feel weighed down by it. Like if somebody asking you for directions and then you give them the directions and then later you're like, wait, did I really give them the right directions? You know what I mean? Like even though she was needlessly second guessing herself, it was a situation where it was like I still appreciated it that she came and found me, because she thought that she had steered me wrong per se. Because I know the feeling, I know you can feel real guilty about stuff like that, right? Especially certain kinds of people who like stuff like that, sticks in their mind. Like I remember giving this guy directions, like in my neighborhood one day. They were kind of lost and driving around and stuff, and they asked me for directions. And I gave them directions that I figured at the time were good, but then on second thought, after they had already left, it was like, wait, did I give them the right directions? And so that kind of weighed on me, like pretty much that whole day. I kind of felt bad, like, oh man, I hope they got to where they were trying to be, And so like I understand like how she may have been feeling in that moment. And so like I said, I really appreciate that she came and found me, because what if I really was in the wrong seat, Like even though I ended up not being in the wrong seat, I got there, I got to the right place eventually, even though I was already there, but just in case, right? So I actually really appreciate her for that, and really it was just kind of like, I was already kind of buzzing and whatnot, like I was saying earlier. So, and then, the quips from the couple and whatnot as I kept going back and forth past them and stuff, so it was just a really funny situation to me because, I was just kind of like giggling the whole time, basically. So it wasn't even like it was that big of a deal. So, but yeah, that's what happened. I got to my seat and then, I was able to watch a really great game. I enjoyed myself, but I had to share that with you guys because I thought it was very funny, but also a very like human moment. And it's like, stuff happens, man, But yeah, that's what happened. I guess we're gonna get into the event story here, and probably finish that up. I have no idea what we're gonna do once I finish the event story. I don't think it's gonna take that long because we're kind of at the end, right? We'll see. Inverse cipher. How many more days until part 2? Probably like 6, right? Yep. In an unassuming corner within Mangi's security, a dial deftly swipes open a door lock, carefully stepping into a dust-covered archive room. Ooh. Oh yeah. Stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated. Let me check real quick and make sure everything is good. Everything looks good to me. Yeah, it looks good. All right, let's lock on in then.
「今のところ順調です。あなたの偽造権限は実に使い勝手がいい。でも、ルシェーブヌイさんのバックアップは本当にここにあるのですか？
Matilda cautiously looks around her surroundings. Rows of storage shelves extend deep into the dimly lit room. Each shelf is marked with a large letter on its side. The shelves are covered in dust, with countless file bags piled on them haphazardly.
放置されてずいぶん長く経っているように見えます。
だからこそです。目立たない場所ほど取りこぼしがちですから。ここはマグニ職員の遺書を保管する資料室。めったに訪れる人はいません。不吉の象徴とみられ、今や忘れ去られているこの場所こそ情報を隠すのに最適なのです。先ほどレンティーヌさんは万一に備えて情報関連の保険をかけました。
なるほど。それだけ慎重な人間ならバックアップをここに保存している可能性は高いと。
その通り。紙の資料ともなれば検索に頼る人形にとっては盲点にもなります。人形を信頼していない彼女らしい。
わかりました。ではすぐにバックアップを探します。ただ、なんとなく不安を感じています。
大丈夫。今のあなたはマグニが正式に所有している人形です。少なくとも識別コード上は。ぬいちゃんのこと頼みましたよ。
Catching something unusual in Helen's voice, Batil pauses her search and frowns at the comm screen.
はい、見つけ次第すぐ一緒にここから出ましょう。やっとあなたを見つけたんです。出られないなんて言わせません。バックアップを取り戻せてもあなたも一緒じゃなければここまで来た意味がありません。
出るですか？
Helen's movements pause for a moment. The constant flow of intel data shines in her eyes, flickering in uncertainty.
あなただって本当は出たいんでしょ？
一番簡単な方法は損傷により廃棄された人形にカテゴライズされることです。ニキータさんの協力があればあなた方2人は容易に脱出できるでしょう。
じゃああなたは同じことをすればいいじゃないですか。
私はレンティーヌさんの秘密を知りすぎました。そう簡単に私を見逃してはくれません。ただ私を切り捨てなければいけないほどのピンチが訪れれば話は別でしょう。もしくは私を差し出した方が得になるような取引を持ちかけられるか。そしてそんな状況は私一人では作れません。
協力します。相手があなたでも指揮官でも借りを作ったままは嫌です。私はコミュニティを離れた時にはもう最悪の状況に備えて覚悟を決めています。ウルリドは仲間を一人たりとも見捨てません。あなたはコミュニティの一員ではありませんが、私にとってあなたはもう仲間です。だから私たちを信じてください。人形コミュニティはいつでも力になります。あなたとルシェーブヌイさんの力に。
ぬいちゃん、ちゃんと居場所を見つけられたのね。
A gentle, relieved smile appears on Helen's face, but her gaze soon sharpens again as she begins reevaluating the whole situation.
そうですね。一人で悩んでいても埒が明きません。レンティーヌさんに立ち向かうにはまだ手札が足りない。それもとっておきな思いもよらないカードを。例えばあの高慢な第三世代人形さんとか。
そうしましょう。
Faced with Batil's resolve, Helen smiles.
ではまずはここから。
After the URNC investigators station themselves on Magi Security, they request access to portions of the database. Magi Security hands them some permissions for surface-level data, with all core data related to Leave, Chilovig's lab, and Talazo Incorporated has already been hidden or altered by upper management. It is like a crime scene scrubbed spotless, seemingly airtight. But to Helen, every movement of data leaves ripples in the Intel archives. She stealthily navigates through the depths of this data, sensing the unnatural textured traces that have been forcibly smoothed out.
リビウの事件は偶然なんかじゃない。放射線量の変わったタイミング的にチルロビグの実験室と絶対に関係がある。 楽園計画の責任者であるオレク・ジラードはすでに逮捕された。当局はチルロビグと彼女を支援したトラ奏者を追っているけど、大したものは出てこないはず。そしてトラ奏者の母体であるセシュト&ファルベングループも事件との関わりを全く匂わせていない。あのコクーンという人形は完璧なまでの虚像を作り上げた。財団上層部や当局にそれらしい調査結果を提出するため。いや、彼女は全く別の真相を作り上げようとしている。
A strange feeling envelops Helen. She feels as though she is trapped inside a false world manipulated by an invisible hand. Every piece of reality she can touch may well be a product of tampering. Fabricating possibilities. This is what Helen does best. Taking existing intel, reorganizing it, adjusting the sequence of events, guiding those who read it post-edit into drawing exactly the conclusions she wants. In the past, it was almost always her pulling the strings, but this time she can clearly sense that someone else is doing the exact same thing. That someone is that third-gen dial, the one with intel processing abilities eerily similar to her own, who has taken an extraordinary interest in her, Cocoon.
すべてはヘリを間違った方向に誘導するため。足跡を残してしまったわね。今度こそ捕まえた。
The instant Helen detects that other presence, a signal connects to Helen's level 2.
勤務中に邪魔するとはぶしつけな。いつぞやの方、やっと捕らえました。はじめましてではありませんね。
Damn, Cocoon got some titties.
制圧します。
In that case, let's start by clearing this side. Most perceptive. I'm quite curious as to your true power. What is this? Was this her pimp cane? Why is it over here? Did I kill the pimp canes?
落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。
Oh crap.
星々よ、給与は上がるんですか？昇進？私がですか？給与が上がるんですか？裁きを受ける。みんなのために。ご命令はどこを見てるんですか？
Did she just get healed? Oh no, she can't get healed, huh? Maybe.
了解しました。ご命令はお茶をお出ししましょう。配置完了。逃がしません。昇進？私がですか？現行犯で逮捕する。
のように。ターゲット確認。
Cool maintains her effortless smile even when faced with an unrelenting stream of data attacks.
私と同じような手を。あなたの正体には驚きました。あら、第三世代人形さんに目をつけられていましたか。
Helen forces herself to stay calm, wielding every last bit of processing power to defend herself in the electronic warfare battle.
マグニのデータセンターに何度もアクセスし、情報を改ざんしていたのはあなたですね。これについての証拠をすでに提出しました。まもなく取り調べを受けることになるでしょう。
Cocoon lets out a soft chuckle, brimming with confidence.
マグニでなら、かねてより興味を抱いていた DP12 にお会いできると思っていましたが、あらゆる手を使って見つけた DP12 は、メンタルに穴の開いた劣等人形に慣れ果てていた。 正直失望しました。くだらない結果を受け入れるしかないと思っていました。今あなたと会うまでは。
Cocoon's tone turns aggressive, as if she intends to peel open and look through every layer within Helen's neural cloud.
KSVK。 いや、これはあなたの本当のコードではありませんね。 当ててみましょうか。あなたこそ本物の DP12 です。
Her level 2 is slammed by a sudden assault. Helen feels everything around her begin to peel away and shatter.
これが第三世代。
Facing an opponent with performance and access permissions far exceeding her own, Helen's level 2 defenses begin collapsing layer by layer under the assault. Helen can barely hold her ground, even with every ounce of processing power committed.
ここで私を見つけたのですから、賞賛に値する情報処理能力です。ですが、それもここまで。
The attacking data crashes over Helen's desperately maintained defenses in an instant, engulfing her like an overwhelming tide. In the final moment before her neural cloud is breached, Helen uses Lintine's copy permissions to trigger the highest level alert possible in Mangi security. Following Helen's action, an instruction is sent through a vulnerability in Mangi Security's defenses to every decommissioned dial warehouse. What? What is she up to? Oh, is she gonna use all of their processing power, maybe? Countless decommissioned dial frames stored in the warehouses activate all at once. Like a torrent of steel driven berserk, they smash open the warehouse doors and pour out like a swarm of hornets, attacking every target in sight. Alarms blared through Mangi's security in an instant. Cocoon, who was in control of the situation, cannot help but feel a flash of irritation at having her plans disrupted. Clutching a well-disguised neural cloud back up, Matilda lifts her head from the mountain of messy files. Only now does she hear the abnormal alarms and sounds of chaos coming from outside the archive room. She immediately tries to contact Helen, but the call doesn't go through. All that remains in the comms channel is a single message from Helen.
予定より早いですが、撤退開始を。ここで何が起きているの？
Bill quickly decides to call Nikita since the archive room has not drawn any attention yet.
すみません、ニキータさん。ヘレンさんの状況はわかりますか？こちらからは連絡がつきません。それと、外で暴れている人形たちは何なんですか？
マグニセキュリティの人形が暴走しています。ですが、ちょうどいい機会です。安全に注意しつつ、ルシェー部内のメンタルバックアップを探してください。私は追っ手を引き離します。
バックアップならすでに手に入れました。このまま素体を再起動しに行きます。
本当に？それなら撤退も簡単になります。
Nikita's voice is interspersed with intense gunfire and the sound of running footsteps, slightly distorted by electrical interference.
とにかく今は非常に困難な状況です。私にすらデータセンターの破壊命令が来ています。
まさか。
おそらくヘレンかコクーンの仕業です。ヘレンと連絡が取れません。もしかしたらこれがヘレンの最終手段なのかもしれません。
指揮官からの増援も来ているはずです。ヘレンさんも助けましょう。
今はそれを考えている余裕はありません。とにかく混乱に乗じてルシェー部内を連れて逃げてください。
わかりました。
急いでください。私だけでは長くは持ちません。外の部隊にも緊急起動の指示が出されています。本当にもう時間がありません。
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Back when she worked at the nursing home, Naya always loved listening to the elderly residents telling stories of their youth. One particular word seemed to come up again and again: home. Without her even realizing it, this word took root in the deepest part of Naya's heart, turning into a fervent desire. She yearned for a place of belonging where she would never be abandoned. For a long time after meeting the commander in Griffin, she believed that she had found a home that belonged to her. And so the home Naya longed for also became the future that Helen desired most. She opens her eyes once more and finds herself in that familiar scene again. Helen looks at the bag of fresh vegetables in her hand, then at the familiar door before her. She lets out a soft chuckle.
私のメンタルの奥深くまで入ってくるなんて面白いお客さんね。ここは私にとっての家であり、一番馴染み深い場所。ここではあなたに勝ち目はありません。ただいま。
Helen announces it like a declaration of sovereignty to an unseen enemy, saying the same phrase she always does. Setting aside her sliver of wariness toward Cocoon, Helen smiles and pushes open the door she has opened countless times in the space of her own neural cloud.
お疲れ。
Manor looks up and gives her a gentle smile, just as always.
今夜はボルシチですよ。すぐ出来上がるので、それまでゆっくり休んでてくださいね。
Deftly tying on her apron, she neatly lays out the ingredients, then starts to process them. Helen immerses herself in her cooking while still keeping an eye on any changes in the space around her.
どこから現れるのかしら。手に持った食材、それとも部屋の隅っこから。どんなにリセットされても、ここだけは影響されなかった。それだけ私にとって大事な場所。
Helen continues to cook as countless theories pass through her neural cloud, wearing the same relaxed, gentle smile she always does.
指揮官、ぬいちゃんはどうですか？最近訓練を頑張っていて、1位を取りたいなんて言ってるんですよ。指揮官？
Receiving no reply, Helen turns to look. The next instant, she sees the lifeless figure lying on the sofa. The smile on Helen's lips freezes in an instant. Right then, she hears the sound of another person's footsteps inside the room.
敵。
Helen hurries after the footsteps, only to find Naya collapsed on the floor. The curtain stirs, a blurry figure flashes past the balcony. The enemy is still around. Helen rushes to the balcony, desperate to chase down the murderer, but what greets her is the enemy's sudden counterattack. An immense force of impact engulfs Helen in an instant. Her body is paralyzed for a moment. The face of the murderer that should have appeared before her is covered by a veil of darkness. Every action she takes seems to be stopped by the crushing darkness. All Helen feels is herself falling, collapsing uncontrollably within her neural space.
こんな奥深くまで改ざんできるっていうの。
Her consciousness returns. Helen gasps for breath, finding herself still standing in the room. The scene before her is the same as before. The familiar doorbell rings once more.
ただいま。
Helen's neural cloud feels as though it is frozen solid.
この声はさっきの私。
Helen tries to walk to the door only to find that she has no control over her frame. She is now a spectator, as if she is a guest in someone else's base layer. She watches herself leave this area and enter the room. She watches Naya look up and run toward her, only to be dismantled by her own hands. She watches herself walk expressionlessly toward the commander. Corrupted code makes the entire space shift in an instant. The faces belonging to the commander and Naya become blurred beyond recognition.
いや、ありえない。何があっても私がヌイちゃんや指揮官を傷つけるようなことはしない。ここが私のメンタルじゃないなら話は別だけど、私の認知をもとに再構築されたデータ、もはや私たちへの愚弄ね。
Helen frowns at the events unfolding before her. Even though she knows that this space is a fabrication, watching herself commit acts that betray her own will still makes her stomach churn. The doorbell rings once again. The same familiar setting returns. Helen stands in a room gazing at this space that she has created. This is the home she always longed for, the core region of her neural cloud base layer. Countless enemies have attempted an invasion in the past, but she had the power to crush them every time. But now the enemy has dragged her into this space, make her believe at the start that it was her own base layer. Be it Naya or her treasured commander, the enemy merely constructed a framework of them, then modified them using Helen's data and memories as a template.
そんなに私を真似したいなら、これはどうかしら。
Helen attacks. Everything familiar before her dissolves into nothing in an instant. The warm lighting, the comfortable sofa, the commander's smile, Naya's silhouette. Everything disintegrates and scatters amid violent shaking, ultimately merging into a single new pure white silhouette.
人のメンタルをコピーして戦場に作り変えて、ぶしつけではありませんか？それともこれがあなたの趣味ですか？第三世代人形さん。いいえ、むしろこの手で徹底的に消し去りたい余計なデータです。DP12。私を探していた原因、コロナホール計画ですか？それに参加した記憶は私にはありませんが、現状を見るに私のデータの一部があなたに植え付けられたのではないでしょうか。噂に聞く第三世代人形がこんなくだらない形で誕生していたなんて。
Faced with the Dow's provocation, Cocoon maintains a composed smile.
創造者、私たちは他とは違うと言ってました。素体の構造もメンタルも第二世代人形とは雲泥の差です。優れた第二世代人形のデータは私たちのメンタルを構築する基本となります。通常それらは私たちの人格形成とともに抹消されます。
So basically what she's saying is that the third gen dolls are like basically super versions of second gen dolls. So in this instance, Cocoon is basically a super version of Helen. That's kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting that at all, to be honest.
DP12 は私に消しがたい烙印を残した。あなたと会って確信しました。あなたの抱く執念の正体はあの指揮官です。
Bro, we might be able to get Cocoon. Remember I was saying, like, man, it'd be nice if we can get Cocoon somehow. We might be able to get her. This is an opening to possibly getting her. Because if she has the deeply embedded affection for Naya and Commander that Helen has, like, what would happen if she came face to face with the Commander? Would she be able to take him out?
私が忘れまいとあらゆる手を尽くして残した情報。それがこうも他人に影響を与えてしまうなんて。ねえ、コクーンさん。私のメンタルにこびりついたものをすべて消し去ります。あなたも含めて。
No, Helen's mandatory, huh? I think I'll run Tololo instead of Nikita.
了解。
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I need a few moments, folks. Need a few moments. Give me like 5 minutes tops, folks. Sorry about that. Then we'll go ahead and rumble with Cocoon again. Be right back. All right. Mm, damn. I'm back. Did that say she was immune to the They said Helen was immune to that status effect, right? Bro. Gonna have to kill the I guess now I gotta actually see what her moves do, huh? It's interesting that her base attack is freeze damage. Normally the basic attack is it's normally just like a physical thing, right? Normally doesn't have a element. That's crazy. Bruh. This icy edge. Bro, what? She has some crazy stuff, right?
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。デザートはいかがですか？ターゲット確認。
Wow, it reaches from here. I didn't think it would.
どこを見てるんですか？落ちて隕石のように。逃がしません。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。
I should kill this bulwark because I don't want it to provoke everybody.
星々を。了解です。はい。みんなのために。了解です。
Mm, mm, mm. Maybe I'll just shoot her. Or just shoot this, I guess.
制圧します。 了解しました。どこを見てるんですか？お茶をお出ししましょう。了解です。どこを見てるんですか？制圧します。逃がしません。落ちて隕石のように。ターゲット確認。了解。これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。星々を。その
That's it.
配置完了。射撃準備。
Oh. I just realized that this thing is growing. Anyway, it should be over, right? Bro, that is full cover?
お任せください。
Can't even see her ass?
お静かに。了解です。制圧します。はい。
Calmly but precisely manipulating a powerful data stream, Cocoon closes in on Helen within the neural space. However, as the distance shrinks, Cocoon finds that her movements are growing sluggish. Outside the base layer, a massive flood of redundant data appears to attempt joining her processing queue. It relentlessly tears at the computational space she had perfectly planned, trying to occupy it.
システム計画を大量に引き起こして私の気をそらす。見事です。思い出しましたか？マグニに入ったあなたはデータセンターに変化が起きた時にあなたに通知が行くよう細工を施しました。 普段なら大した負担にはなりませんが、今はどうでしょう。防衛機械の方も私がうっかり起動してしまいました。あなたの元へ向かっている最中でしょう。ガラクタの寄せ集めなど恐れるに足りません。あなたの実力を疑うつもりはありません。あなたの権限なら本来警報も機械も今すぐ止められるはずですが、記録を残すのはまずいでしょう。マグニセキュリティは財団に属しますが、勝手な情報改ざんや財団の権限を振りかざして依頼を出したことは知られたくないはずです。何よりあなたの背後にいる主にとって都合が悪い。経験上、知りすぎた人形はリセットするのが財団の基本的な対応です。第三世代人形も同じですか？
Alarms continue to blare. Meanwhile, Helen's attacks grow more furious in level 2. For the first time since this confrontation began, the thought of retreat crossed his cocoon's mind. Cocoon regards the enemy for her coldly, weighing her options. She ultimately chooses to withdraw. If Bluespear were here to provide cover right now, she could just slip into Magi Securities' Intel archives, alter the data, and check what is going on. But as Helen pointed out, no matter how much she modifies the data at this point, traces of tampering will inevitably remain. Eliminating DP-12 in her current circumstances would endanger her actual mission. There is something more important to attend to. Shelving her clash with Helen for the time being, Cocoon rapidly pulls data from the Intel archives and begins mass-scale deletions and alteration. In Helen's room, Batil carefully props the dial up into a sitting position, calling her name softly. She loaded Naya's neural records 2 minutes ago, then completed a preliminary check. She has already checked this neural cloud. She's certain that the backup is intact. But whether Naya can really recover and what state she'll recover to remains uncertain, and that still makes her nervous. Thankfully, the dial finally opens her eyes after what feels like an eternity. Jill excitedly grabs the dial's arm, but the dial just stares at her in bewilderment.
ここはマグニセキュリティにあるあなたとヘレンさんの部屋です。よかった、やっと。ヘレンはどこだ？
The dial looks around in confusion, but Till gently takes her hand, trying to pull her to her feet.
ヘレンさんは今取り込み中です。迎えに来ました。一緒に帰りましょう。帰る？ウヌは誰なのだ？知らない顔だぞ。え？私はバチルだ。人形コミュニティの仲間。
Yeah, but she don't have those memories right now, but Till, you forgot that part?
DP-12 を探しにマグニセキュリティに潜入したんです。 覚えていますか？
Looking into the dial's still bewildered eyes, Batil presses a frustrated hand to her forehead.
このバックアップは古すぎた。
Duh.
詳しいことは後で話すので、とにかく今は逃げ。
残念ながらそういうわけには参りません。
Jill snaps her head toward the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway is a pink-haired doll studying the room's occupants with evident amusement. Meeting a pair of eyes that share a gaze eerily similar to Helen's, Batil freezes for a moment. So that's why she's it's funny because they were mentioning it before, right? Like how Naya was saying that Cocoon seems familiar and stuff like that. And at the time, I really was thinking, like, is she like was she like kind of like a clone of Helen or something like that? But it's crazy because that's actually basically what she is, right? Like, she's the third gen version of Helen. And so now it makes sense why she always felt like she was like familiar to her, even though they had never met and stuff like that, because she was feeling the Helen inside of her. Cocoon smiles and steps closer. Meeting a pair of eyes that share a gaze eerily similar to heaven, but Till freezes for a moment. Batil springs to her feet and spreads her arms wide, placing herself between Naya and Cocoon. But Cocoon pays Batil no mind. Her gaze pierces straight through her and lands on the bewildered doll shelter behind her. The instant she sees Naya, the icy smile on Cocoon shifts unexpectedly, giving way to one that almost feels gentle, yet obviously deeply unsettling.
やっと会えたわね、KSV 系。
何時は？
私よ、ヘレンよ。
Fucking Cocoon, bruh. A sense of familiarity draws Naya toward Cocoon on instinct. Bullets strike the floor near Cocoon's feet without warning, halting her approach. Nikita pushes the door and enters, raising her gun at Cocoon coldly.
第三世代人形コクーンに告げる。直ちに抵抗をやめろ。
Cocoon glances back at Nikita with a dismissive light scoff. She then turns back, steps forward, walking smoothly toward Naya, completely ignoring the gun Nikita has trained on her from behind.
リセットされても覚えているわよね。
エレン、惑わされないでください。仲間は私たちです。今のあなたのメンタルは何年も前のものです。一緒に帰れば最新のものと同期できますから。
Naya looks at Batil next to her, then back at Cocoon, who is still approaching. She was awakened by this dial called Batil just moments ago. Despite her repeated insistence that they are companions, the residual commands in her backup tell her she should still be inside Mangi security, carrying out her duties. Pink-haired doll's frame looks nothing like Helen. Yet her voice and manner of speaking are strikingly similar to the Helen buried deep in her memory.
家のこと覚えているかしら。私たちと指揮官しかいない小さな部屋。
Coon's words are like a key, instantly unlocking Naya's long-sealed memories. But now she is caught between a companion with a deathly familiar bearing and a doll who claims to be a companion from her future. Naya wavers, falling into confusion.
我はあなたはいつも捨てられないようベストを尽くしてきたわね。指揮官との再会に備えてただひたすら強さを求めてきた。
違う。ウノはヘレンではない。
お互い素体は変わったけれどメンタルバックアップに間違いがあるわけないでしょ。
Scales begin to tip. Naya slowly lowers her weapon.
私と一緒に来て。一緒に指揮官を探しに。
ああ、指揮官を。
Hesitation drains from Naya as soon as the commander is mentioned. Her spirit lifts in an instant.
惑わされないでください。彼女は敵です。本物のヘレンさんはすぐここに来るはずです。
よそ者の言葉に耳を貸す必要はないわ。
このヘレンさんのふりをするな。
Matilda's fury finally boils over. She roars and pulls the trigger, lighting up the room with muzzle flashes. But Cocoon doesn't even move her feet. She simply watches the white-haired doll quietly as Matilda's bullets graze past her, not a single one hitting its target.
ほら、ぬいちゃん。
The same composed smile remains on Cocoon's face, as though Batil's assault were nothing more than an inconsequential, harmless bit of entertainment. Ignoring Batil's protests, Naya approaches Cocoon, who reaches out to stroke her hair. It feels just like before. She remembers the countless days and nights curled up in Helen's arms, listening to Helen's exciting stories.
ヘレンに似ている。
Coon's hand moves slowly downward from Naya's forehead and, as if by accident, covers her eyes. Then lifts her head to face Batilda and Nikita, who cannot do anything about all of this. She flashes them a provocative smile of victory.
時間がないわ。一緒にここを離れましょう。ぬいちゃん。
Footsteps rapidly approach the doorway. Batil turns to look and finally sees the blue-haired doll rushing toward them.
私の仲間を話してくれますか？コクーンさん。
ヘレン。
ご安心ください。危険は排除しました。
Bruh. The game just crashed on me? Ain't no way. That was crazy. Why'd the game crash? That's weird. Also, I'm not getting audio now. Huh? I could just kill this, I guess. Although I guess it should be working. Huh? Definitely not, though. Which is weird. Bruh. All right, well, what I'll do, I'll just do this. All right, now we're back. Sorry, that was probably super loud. Huh? That was weird. I don't think I've had that happen too many times where the whole game just crashes. And then it didn't even throw an error. It just crashed. All right, we should be good to go now. All right, last fight. The Helen who appears before Nia stirs an indelible sense of familiarity etched into the depths of her neural cloud. It compels her to instinctively take a huge step toward Helen. Yet a cold hand seizes her from behind. Nia turns. She sees Cocoon's face wearing that same gentle smile that left no room for debate.
ダメよ、ぬいちゃん。簡単に騙されちゃ。
騙している張本人が何を。
指揮官の居場所を知っているわ。私と来ればすぐに会える。
指揮官は今人形こ。
Mathilde blurts out a retort on reflex, only to catch herself halfway. Realizing that she nearly exposed the commander and the Dow community's location, she swallows the rest of her words with bitter regret. and shoots Cocoon an intense glare.
デシェーブヌイさん、一緒に行きましょう。指揮官の仲間たちもここに来ているんです。
何？彼は一体どっちを信じれば。
Sensing Naya's renewed hesitation, Cocoon releases her grip. Instead, she gives Naya's shoulder a light push with her fingertip, a gesture so gentle yet carrying such a venomous vibe.
選んでぬいちゃん。選択を間違えたら一人ぼっちよ。でも選ばなければ間違えることもない。ここに残ることが一番安全なんだから。
Cocoon's voice is like an enchanting spell, steadily encroaching on Naya's mind.
待ちたければ待てばいいわ。
Helen's voice, clear and resolute, cuts through the web of confusion that Cocoon wove.
選ばれたい。捨てられたくない。そんな思いを抱きながら、来る日も来る日も、あの人の帰りを待ってきた。
Naya looks really cute right there, don't she?
臆病だった私たちの選択をそのまま提案するんですね、コクーン。
汝は。
でも今度は待ってあげないわよ、ぬいちゃん。
Helen's gaze passes through all, reaching Naya. Fucking Cocoon and her pimp came, bruh. Helen's eyes hold no reproach, only a tender sense of sorrow, a gaze woven from sentiment so complex that no words could describe it.
あなたがここに残るというなら止めないわ。私たちのこれからの居場所は私自らの手で作る。
The moment the words leave her lips, Helen launches another electronic warfare attack on Cocoon. Though her processing power is seriously low by now, she has a number of good companions by her side. Ignoring Naya, who is still standing in front of Cocoon, Batilda and Nikita launch a simultaneous assault from both sides, forming a perfect pincer attack. Naya wants to stop both attacks on instinct, but Nikita's icy words pin her in place.
デュシェーブナイ、もし自分のことをマグニセキュリティの人形だと思っているのならよく聞け。公務執行妨害に当たる行為は裏切りとみなす。
裏切り者、そう思われてしまえば指揮官への道が途絶える。
Have you made up your mind yet? I don't know. Don't hesitate anymore. But we clearly, perhaps there's another solution to the problem we're facing. Ho, but I think the lady before you won't give you much longer to ponder the issue. The right to choose is in your hands. Who should I believe? Just do as I say, KSVK. Mm, 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 mm. I kind of want to use Nikita for this fight. But we got to kill her this time, so. Run it. Whoa, I just put that on the wrong person. Holy shit. That was crazy. It's funny because I was thinking about Naya's situation, so I was like, her name was in my mind because I was just thinking about like what's all going on and whatnot. So when I did the move, her name was in my mind, so I picked her by mistake without realizing.
了解です。お静かに。了解です。
ご命令を。
制圧します。
これならどうだ。
Damn, I didn't put congestion on her, so she actually got healed that time.
了解しました。デザートはいかがですか。
Light her up.
ご命令を。落ちて隕石のように。完了。ターゲット確認。
Oh no. This is messing everything up, bruh.
ご命令を。星々を。逃げられるとどうだ。
了解です。私がついています。了解です。制圧します。
その配置完了。射撃準備。期待はするなよ。
I think she's dead next turn, right?
未来は定まった。期待はするなよ。
Right, she can use that twice.
未来は定まった。了解しました。どこを見てるんですか。お茶をお出ししましょう。逃げられると思うな。逃がしません。ご命令を。落ちて隕石のように。これならどうだ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。安らかに眠ってターゲット確認。
Watching Helen, Nikita, Batil, and Cocoon clash without end, Naya's mind descends into unprecedented messy chaos. Even now, she still racks her mind trying to figure out which Dao is the DP-12 she knows. If the Dao called Batil was telling the truth, then the Dao community is her place of belonging now. Her neural cloud has no records of that place right now. She doesn't even understand her apparent reason for coming here in the first place, to find Helen, whom she had lost contact with long ago. Gentle, strong, forever a guardian of everything. The DP-12 who always stood behind her, waiting alongside her. But now two Daos, both so eerily similar, stand before her. The right choice will be made this time. The instinct within her heart must be followed, even though she is now different from who she once was. The dependence and trust from before are etched into the depths of her neural cloud. It is an instinct, the one and only Helen that she always relied on and looked up to. Naya steadies her thoughts, her gun swings around, locking onto the imitation. The bullet tears through the air, shattering the tension of the battle. A sudden attack does not deal Cocoon a fatal blow, but it does graze her cheek.
この程度の攻撃。
セブヌイさん、やっと信じてくれた。たとえ他の全てを忘れたとしても、汝のことだけは忘れはしない。ずっと我を守ってきた DP-12。ヘレンよ。
Naya's eyes blaze with conviction. This time she runs toward Helen of her own accord. Watching Naya run to her, Helen realizes that the scene she longed for all those years just happened right before her in that instant, despite the frame difference. Naya's neural cloud never got wiped. She wasn't too late. Helen never had to watch Naya leave her under the pressure of pursuers. The past dissolves like smoke.
DP-12、ヘレン、共に指揮官に会いに行こう。場所を知っているのだろう。
Helen smiles gently, then answers Naya the same way she always does.
ええ。では行くぞ。
Naya grabs Helen's hand. They spring to the helipad amidst the unending alarms. Cocoon watches them flee. She breaks into an icy smile, then begins walking in the same direction as them. A wave of gunfire blocks off Cocoon's path. Nikita and Batil rain fire on Cocoon almost simultaneously. Nikita gives Batil the nod during Cocoon's momentary hold-up. Batil runs after Naya and Helen, covered by Nikita. The alarms inside Mangi security continue to blare relentlessly, as an endless number of mechanical sentries surge to Cocoon's position. Cocoon attempts to break free, but Nikita's gunfire locks down her movements.
全員行っちゃったわね。どうして私だけ目の敵にするの？
私の受けた命令は マグニセキュリティのデータセンターに侵入して情報を改ざんしたものの確保。彼女たちは任務と関係ない。仮に敵だとしても指示がなければ私に止める権利はない。
敵は剣やれ。
During the brief standoff between Nikita and Cocoon, the crazed dials continued to pour in alongside Magi security personnel who responded to the alerts. They surround Cocoon on all sides. Outnumbered greatly, Cocoon smiles as if saying it can't be helped before slowly raising her hands in surrender. Members of Magi security seize Cocoon.
皆さん誤解していませんか？それに現時点の容疑では私をどうこうできる権利はないはずです。私は今でもトラ奏者を代表している立場なのですから。
トラソーね。せいぜいわめいてろ。聞いたぞ。トラソーがリビウの実験室を援助していたことを。しかも後始末の任務に就いた連中は謎の勢力に襲われた。
確証のないことを口に出すのはよろしくないかと。公式発表がすべて。違いますか
Cocoon's lips curve into a smile, but her eyes tell a different story. In order to deliver her fabricated answer to a certain URNC guest, she had to let DP-12, whom she had always been fascinated with, slip away. After a battle fought in the base layer, Cocoon loses all interest in the blurred data fragments affecting her own base layer. It's pretty clear now, those incomplete data traces are merely core memory data that DP-12 refused to forget. Cocoon detests the blurred data lingering in her base layer. She once wondered if those memories have connections to the third-gen Dials' creator, but now it is clear they should be wiped entirely. On the other hand, her brief clash with Heli has sparked in Cocoon a desire to snoop more. Weaving a perfect answer from existing intel, wrapping it in multiple layers of packaging, hacking into an enemy's base layer, tampering with data. All of this is precisely Cocoon's area of expertise. She does not know whether her methods will work on Heli, but
さて、この情報を食べてどんな反応をするかしら。
Steering away from the chaos and Magi security, Helen guides the group away from corridors where enemies might appear, racing to the helipad.
ヘリコプター？廃棄資材に紛れて移動する計画は？
状況が変わりました。コクーンと対峙している間、内部権限をいろいろといじりました。廃棄された機械は私の指示で大規模破壊任務を開始したわけです。
とんだリサイクルですね。
Helen recalls their earlier conversation and lets out a soft chuckle.
ええ、それはもうコクーンと同じ手を使ったので、とりあえず足はつかないでしょう。
ですがヘリコプターはどこで調達を？強奪でもするんですか？
普通ならそうですが、この状況では難しいと思います。
飛べるもの、ジェットパックとかを作ってみてもいいですが、経験も余裕もありません。
それも一つの方法でしょう。ですがまだ一つだけ可能性が残されています。指揮官の増援が来てくれれば。
The moment she finishes her sentence, a silhouette of a Black Hawk helicopter appears in the distant night sky. Matilda immediately raises her gun, ready to fire. The helicopter draws closer, the cabin door slides open before it even fully lands. Matilda sees Suomi waving frantically at them.
スオミさん？
よかった。皆さん無事だったんですね。
スオミ殿。
How'd she recognize Suomi? Seeing the companion from her. Oh, wait, yeah, they were in Griffin together. I was like, why she don't recognize her? I forgot about the Griffin days. Seeing the companion from her Griffin days, Naya's anxiety finally eases somewhat. The helicopter touches down steadily on the helipad. Suomi rushes out from the cabin, throwing her arms around Naya and Batul.
ヘリポートの座標を受信してすぐ、指揮官が新しいチームを編成したんです。ここに来る道中も順調で幸いでした。
ヘリコプターの識別コードを変えましたが、時間稼ぎにしかなりません。行きましょう。
Sounds of footsteps draw closer. Helen watches Batil, Suomi, and Naya board the cabin one by one, but she herself turns to face the building's corridor, showing no intention of leaving just yet.
ヘレン、何をしているのだ？
マグニの人形だということ忘れていないだろうな。
Chilling voice pierces through the roar of the Black Hawk's rotor. Under Helen's watchful gaze, Lentine steps out from the shadows at the end of the helipad. She casually tosses a mangled part of an autonomous mech at her feet. It hits the ground with a dull thud.
もちろんです、レンティーヌさん。
Lentine arches an eyebrow at that familiar form of address.
ならそのどこの馬の骨のものかもわからない乗り物が私への報酬のつもりか。
先に行ってください。私にはまだやり残したことがあります。
ヘレン？
戻ってきてすぐ本部が攻撃を受けている知らせが入った。それと同時にお前から報酬とだけ名付けられた座標が送られた。はい。だからあなたはそれらの場所へ向かうべきです。いずれもマグニの上層部の位置情報です。うまく立ち回れば、あなたはこの動乱からマグニを救った立役者になれるのですよ。食えないやつだ。私が渡した権限でどれだけの小細工をした。
Lentine closes the distance step by step. The click of her heels against the ground rings out clearly, even among the noise at the helipad.
ご安心ください。すべてはあなたへの恩を返すため。あなたが上へ行くきっかけを作ったに過ぎません。それがあなたの望みではありませんか？
Lentine ignores Helen and looks past her. That familiar doll stands behind Helen now, her face filled with anxiety.
ほう、私の隠したバックアップを見つけたのか。どうりでこれほどの騒ぎになるわけだ。
あなたのような有能で用意周到な人間には一つ傾向があります。それは無意識に自分の死後も考慮に入れて準備を整えることです。今もあなたは私の所有者です。私のしたことを暴いたところであなたには何の得にもなりません。スケープゴートもすでに作っておきました。あの第三世代人形です。
持ち主のことを覚えていたとはな。
Corners of Lentine's mouth twist into a mocking smile. She stops a few meters away from Helen, her eyes brimming with the cruel amusement of a predator toying with his prey.
あなたのしたいことは私が全部叶えて差し上げました。今はただここを出て久しぶりに指揮官に会いたいのです。指揮官にはあなたがマグニにいることを伝え。
黙れ。そんな安い命乞いには乗らん。お仲間はともかく、お前はそうやすやすとは逃がさん。
では私に何をしろと。
そうだな。自害しろ、ヘレン。
The roar of the helicopter's rotors scatters Lentine's words into the air. But Naya still reads the command through the movement of Lentine's lips and a muffled sound. Terror seizes her entire body in an instant. She throws herself toward Helen with all her might, only to be held back by Bathilde.
離陸します。ヘレンさんの気持ちを無駄にするつもりですか。ヘレン、早く。
Lentine's command transmits like a shakeless current, reaching Helen's mind in an instant. The smile that had been on Helen's face vanishes in an instant. She stands frozen in place, her expression vacant. Execute commands from your registered owner. This is the logic written into the base layer of every dial. Even third-gen dials cannot defy this. Where can she inflict damage to self-destruct the fastest? How can she destroy herself most completely? As an Intel specialized dial, she never set up any self-detonation protocol. Helena's memory drifts back to the day years ago when the order to wipe Nias and Neurocloud came. Did that child go through the same thing, obeying orders from above, quietly waiting for the execution? Helen slowly raises her hand. Her fingertip traces down from her neck. Just as Lentine was expecting her to comply, Helen raises her weapon and pulls the trigger on Lentine without a moment's hesitation. Lentine's force field activates instantly. The bullets ricochet off its surface, scattering across the ground. The next moment, the distress signal on Helen's body begins to transmit.
Nani? お前の権限は私が持ってる。なぜ抵抗できる？
マグニのサーバーが何者かによって不具合を起こしているようですね。早めに修理した方がよろしいかと。
しらじらしい。 お前の仕業だったら直すのは無理だな。こうも簡単に落とされるとは使えない。
さすが第三世代人形の演算力といったところでしょうか。
The helicopter behind Helen has already lifted off. The massive downwash blows into Lentine's hair into a mess. Yo, Iggy. Sorry, I was locked in. I ain't even peep your message. I'm doing great. How about you? No, you're not working again, are you? You still on that work grind? The rope ladder drops from above once she confirms that Helen's ownership commissions are no longer tied to Lentine. Naya raises her weapon and takes aim at the human. Tide shifts in an instant. Lentine's gaze darts back and forth between Helen and Naya. If only someone could help her attack the helicopter. But Lentine came here alone. She did it to prevent her subordinates from learning about her dealings with Helen. Oh yeah, you're at work? Yeah. Gotta get that work in. I feel you. I'm trying to do the same. Well, you just popped in to say hi. Yeah, I appreciate it. As always. I definitely was locked in. I was on them, man. I noticed that you had said something. I was like, oh, snap. You came in at the hype part. Oh, man. Man, you working every day, getting that money. I feel it. Valentine came here alone. She did it to prevent her subordinates from learning about her dealings with Helen. Now all she can do is to watch them leave. She can do nothing to stop them.
あなたにはやるべきことがあるはずです。捨て駒から脱却するなら今しかありません。まだまだお世話になりますので、私からのプレゼント、気に入っていただけると嬉しいです。私たちは共犯者ですからね。
Yeah, during the week. Don't you get weekends off? If so, that means this is the last day, and then you get a couple of days of rest. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. I'm probably gonna take the weekend off as well. That reminds me, I was thinking about, like, am I going to stream tomorrow? I still don't know. I have to make up my mind. I know we definitely, you know, Sundays are always off. This Saturday was the issue, and I'm still not totally sure. This might be a watch out on Black Sky angle. Maybe I'll just update on Black Sky what I'm going to do. I don't know, because I don't think I'm gonna know until later today. Oh boy. Boy. I can't believe you still around, Iggy. I thought you had forgot about me. I ain't streamed in 6 months. And then as soon as I come back, you pop up. That's some dedication right there. Unwilling to waste more time on the dials fading into the distance, Lentine suppresses the fury within and returns, swiftly heading toward the Omen's position.
普段は安全なところで余裕こいて何か起きればすぐ全体を呼び戻す臆病者どもめ。面倒だ。
After watching Lentine disappear into the distance, Nia throws herself into Helen's arms outside the cabin.
ただいま、ぬいちゃん。今度こそずっと一緒よ。
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Why do theirs say 60 but these say max level? Isn't 60 max level? What's that about? All right, all we got is a story node left, folks. Then I have to figure out eliminate all enemies. Then I have to figure out what we're gonna do after that.
了解しました。
Still have over half the stream left.
落ちて隕石のように。はっ。これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々よ。
給与が上がるんですか？正義を汚すな。
その
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Might as well do all of these, huh?
「了解しました」。
Should we change games?
はい。
And if we do, what should we switch to?
デザートはいかがですか？
その
了解。落ちて隕石のように。ターゲット確認。
どこを見てるんですか？
これがあなたの最後の輝き。逃がしません。星々よ。
その想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に。
Helen. Y'all see Helen with her I got you bitch face.
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。デザートはいかがですか？給与が上がるんですか？
落ちて隕石のように。逃がしません。これがあなたの最後の輝き。ターゲット確認。
Bam.
星々を。
給与が上がるんですか？正義の名のもと給与が上がるんですか？
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせ。
Wonder if I'll get enough to do another 10 recruit. Try to get Helen. At least the good news is the next goal is 100% Helen, right? After our failure last stream. Oh my god, I can't believe that happened. That sucked. Oops.
昇進？私がですか？正義の名のもと給与が上がるんですか？
ご命令を。
Wonder if this has killed him. What kills him?
みんなのために。落ちて隕石のように逃がしません。ご命令を。これがあなたの最後の輝き。はっ。想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧。
Alrighty. Mm.
了解しました。お待たせしました。はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。今
がるんですか。
Whoops. Gotta reach. Oh yeah, well. Oh yeah.
現行犯で逮捕する。
This won't reach there, right? Damn. Close. Wait, if I move over, it'll reach, right? Oh no. I can't move over. Mm.
お茶をお出ししましょう。逃がしません。ごきげんよう。その
Bruh.
そうです。
任務完了。容疑者は全員逮捕しました。
All right. See what we can buy, I guess. Rifle. Guess I do have a little bit of collapsed pieces in. I don't know if it's enough for a recruit or not. It is. I'm out. Oh yeah, I do have enough. Let's do it. Damn. Not like this. Not like this. $65 more to get Helen, huh? rough. All right, I guess we'll do the at least you get fed. Who's that? That's who's coming next. Collapse piece. Give me all the collapse pieces I can get. I don't care if it's only 5. Fetusa. Oh. Her name sounds familiar. Alright, here we go, folks. The descending Black Hawk kicks up dust on the Elmo's helipad, blowing away the downcast air that had been looming over the ship these past few days. After hearing that Naya and Batil made it back safely, Ulrich pays an official visit to the Elmo as the Dow community's representative. Contrary to her valiant, cool appearance, Ulrich still looks kind of nervous when she sees him.
マグニの部隊は撤退した。今回は本当に助かった。
お姉様、デセーブヌイさんにバチルダさんもみんな無事で本当に良かったです。
Corrosion melee character with 2 minds, 1 body. Whoa. 2 minds, 1 body, huh? Oh yeah, she's the chick with the sword, right? In the event picture. I do like sword characters. Tis true, tis true. Seeing her companions finally back on the Elmo, all safe and sound, Suomi's tension finally dissolves.
ヘレンさんのおかげで前よりはるかに強い素体に完走できました。
あとはデセーブヌイさんに最新のバックアップと同期させるだけですね。
Naya instinctively glances at Helen at the mention of memories, her eyes casting an anxious glance that wished for Helen's help. Seemingly afraid of accepting a past she never knew, Naya feels a trace of apprehension lingering in her heart.
霧に隠れた過去を我は取り戻すのだな。
ええ、大丈夫。記憶を同期したところで何も変わらないわ。
Helen's voice is as soft as it could be. She reaches out, gently taking Naya's trembling hands in her own.
今まで経験してきたことすべてがあなたのメンタルを形作っている。上辺の記憶があってもなくてもあなたはあなたなんだから。
そうかもしれぬ。だがマグニに入る前の記憶も気になる。その中にも我にとって大事なものがあるのではないだろうか。
もっと昔のバックアップはこれからゆっくり探せばいいわ。今はただ前だけを見ましょう。 どんなに長く離れ離れになってどれだけのことを忘れても
How are you, by the
私
way,
にとって
Fuzzy?
ぬいちゃんはぬいちゃんよ。
Having a good day, I hope. Tension in Nai's expression finally eases. A smile gradually returns to her face under Helen's reassurance.
どうしても不安でしたらコルフェンがカウンセリングしてあげますよ。無用、我は恐れぬ。残念、ヘレナちゃんのために用意したカウンセリングプランを早速使えると思ってたのに。
コルフェン、ヘレナの容体はい
つ目が覚めるかわからない状態です。でも栄養剤の成分はメラニーちゃんと一緒に確認したので大丈夫です。目が覚めたらすぐに指揮官に知らせますね。
While Fiend tilts her head to the side and gives me a deliberately obvious wink.
どちらかというと指揮官の方が心配です。
10 out of 10 story this time? Yeah, I agree. Really enjoyed the story so far. I'm interested in where they're gonna go with part 2. But yeah, 10 out of 10. I agree. I feel like the last few events have had pretty much 10 out of 10 stories. Even the Liney, even her event was really good, I felt like.
レビューを出た後、一度もちゃんと寝ていませんよね。時間をかけてぐっすり眠れば、起きた頃にはいい知らせが待っているかもしれませんよ。
確かに。わかった。
My gaze shifts to Helen, who was waiting quietly nearby. Recalling that I haven't arranged her accommodations yet, I decide to help her get settled on the Elma. Bring Helen to the room prepared for her. She takes a moment to rest.
エルモ号にはまだまだ部屋がある。ドゥシェーブヌイも来るつもりならいつでも歓迎する。
Damn them titties. I like how they just threw her in this outfit.
あの子の迷いがわかるのですね。
10年前勝手に消えたのは私だ。スオミやドゥシェーブヌイがどんな選択をしようと一切干渉するつもりはない。
Cobra San was 3 events ago. It was 100K words. Was that really 100K words? Good grief. It was good though. I enjoyed it. Yeah, 10 years for her to finally reach this point. Yeah, I know, right? Been a long time coming, right? Something that she been hoping for.
私には冷たく聞こえます。
冷たい。
あの子は自分から聞くのが怖いんです。だからエルモ号にいてもいいのかなんて言い出すには時間がかかると思います。あなたの帰りを待つ間、あなたと再会したら 私が代わりに聞きたいことを聞くとぬいちゃんと約束しました。
She would ask all the questions. Oh, you couldn't get Liney? Oh, that sucks. I tried for her a little bit, but did I get her? I don't remember if I got her or not. I think I didn't. I think I only tried a little bit. I can't remember though. Helen stands quietly before me. Her eyes shine with a mix of emotion I've never seen before. Hope and anticipation. She extends her hand toward me, her smile resolute yet gentle.
指揮官、今度は一緒に帰る場所を作ってくださりますか？
Absolutely, Helen. Anything for you, my dear. Even though you let QJ push you out the way. How we supposed to build something you ain't even on the team yet, girl? You know what? I'm gonna have to do some grinding off stream. Gotta find some way to get some currency. I never once thought about building a so-called place of belonging or home in the past decade. The Elmo is my transport and my safe house, but I've never considered it home. But now, perhaps moved by Helen's sentiments, I actually begin to consider what home truly means to me. While I briefly hesitate, Helen slowly lowers her head. She lets out the faintest of sighs, a sigh that seems to carry the quiet worry of being refused.
どこにいようと、私にとってあなたのいるところが私の帰る場所です。
Oh, Helen. This time I do not hesitate. I take Helen's outstretched hand.
よかった。
Helen's voice carries a slight tremor. She moves our clasped hands so that our fingers become intertwined and gently guides my hand to rest against her cheek. Her skin is cooler than I expected, yet the gaze fixed on me now burns with warmth. She rubs her cheek tenderly against the back of my hand and slowly closes her eyes. Her long lashes tremble faintly, as though greedily savoring the sensation she has been longing for a decade. A real touch. Whole decade. A decade of you sitting in her level 2, smiling at her. For a whole decade, that's what sustained her. Now she here. Unsure how to react, I scratch my cheek and try to pull my hand away, but Helen only holds on more tightly. She opens her eyes and presses our intertwined hands to her chest. Oh, the breastises.
この胸の高鳴り。もしこれが人間の体だったら、とんでもない心拍数を記録していたでしょうね。この時をずっと待っていました。
Yep.
メンタルの中でこの光景をシミュレートしてきたんですよ。未だ実感が湧きません。まさか幻ではありませんよね。
Where would the enemy's attack come from?
大丈夫。これはセカンダリレベルじゃなくて現実だ。
では、指揮官の今の家を見せてくれませんか？
Then may I see it? Yeah, whip it out. Bah!
家はちょっと大げさだな。ただの休憩室だよ。
お願いします、指揮官。
Unable to refuse Helen's request, I lead her to my dorm, our hands still linked together. push the door open. Helen releases my hand without realizing it. She simply stands frozen at the threshold, gazing inside in silence as though she were carving every detail of the room into her heart.
ただいま。
Oh, Kylie. Oh, Kylie. Helen? Her quiet voice is almost a whisper, yet that alone is enough to send ripples through this silent space.
おかえり。
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to say. Helen smiles and steps inside only after hearing my reply. Her eyes sweep the room, her fingertips trace slightly along the cold wall as though measuring every detail of this space through touch. Bruh, she making another level too, bro.
想像してたのとちょっと違いますね。
She gonna have that in her base layer now.
君の部屋は好きに飾ってもいいんだぞ。
家の感じは少し薄いですが、そもそもここは何もかも想像と違いますしね。
At the mention of the home she constructed in her base layer, a bewitching tone weaves into Helen's speech.
指揮官は見たくありませんか？私の想像する家を。メンタルリセットに対抗するため、私はメンタルの奥底にセーフゾーンを設けました。セカンダリレベルから攻撃を受けても、そこさえ破壊されなければ、あなたの存在を忘れることはありません。
Helen moves close to my ear. She confides in me in a whisper as soft as an exit. Only the two of us will hear these murmurs.
ぬいちゃんと私の最高権限はいつだって指揮官のものですからね。
Our voice drifts into my ears. Helen's hand comes to rest slightly on my shoulder. Her voice coming even closer to my ears, as though she's sharing a secret meant only for us.
マグニのデータセンターにちょっとした仕掛けを施しました。ロレンがリビウの事件を調べようとしたら、あなたがパラデウスを滅ぼした英雄だということにたどり着くように。これは私が勝手にしたことです。どうなるかは私にもわかりませんが。
決定力に欠ける証拠では、ロレンは結論を変えたりしない。
ですが、私はあなたが無名の英雄であることに耐えられません。勝手な行動をお許しください。そして、私を信じて。今はゆっくり休みましょう。これからの日々は私も共にいますから。
Helen's other arm wraps around my neck. Transferring barely any weight at all, she rests her head against my shoulder. Helen! Her tender, low whispers are akin to a night lullaby. Bro, I gotta get Helen, bro. I gotta figure this out. Nah. Faye Tusa? I'm sorry, but I'm probably not getting you. But Helen, we gotta get Helen. How much time I got? Well, I got like 6 days. I'm gonna figure it out. Her tender, low whispers are akin to a night lullaby. Impossible to resist, it sheds all weariness and sense of fatigue. Her hand glides down from my neck, her palm patting softly against my back as though coaxing me to sleep. Sensing that I haven't pulled away, she takes my hand to gently guide me, allowing me to follow her lead, ultimately drawing her into my embrace.
ところで指揮官を助けたご褒美が欲しいのですが。
ご褒美？
私の思い描いた光景を現実にしてください。
Damn them titties. I feel my body sink. When I come to my senses, my head is already resting on Helen's lap. Look up to see the joy brimming in Helen's eyes. She's so pretty. She leans down to look at me. Her hair cascades like a waterfall from both shoulders. By the way, so since Cocoon is basically just Helen, I don't know if I said this earlier. I was thinking it, but I probably did say it out loud, but I'm gonna say it again. That also kind of makes sense why I like Cocoon. Since I like Helen, of course I would like Cocoon, right? But anyway, she leans down to look at me. Her hair cascades like a waterfall from both shoulders, brushing softly against my cheeks. Noticing that her stray strands are tickling me, Helen's fingertips gently lift them to tuck behind her ear. Fetusa is also cute. Half murder doll, half agricultural doll, I believe, who is obsessed with humans. She also fights like she is Virgil with teleporting sword storm. Oh yeah? Okay. Cocoon might be eventually recruitable if we can find a way to break their connection. Conglomerate and Paradox. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I'm not sure if you were here or not, but I was saying that since she like has the residual memories of that base layer that Helen did, it makes it more likely that it's possible that she might turn at some point, and then we might be able to get her. Because what happens when she faces the commander face to face? Like, would she be able to like try to attack the commander? That was the kind of thought process I was having, like with those base memories and stuff. Like, would she be able to like push them to the side? I guess it just depends on how ingrained it is, right? But if she hasn't been able to get rid of them all this time, they're pretty ingrained, right? Her fingertips then touch my face, carrying a pleasant coolness as they glide over my eyes. With a soft little chuckle, she bids me to close them. Get to go to sleep on Helen's lap. This is the best event ever. Helen's fingers massage my temples gently. The pressure is just right, unraveling my tension nerves inch by inch. Every frustrating worry seems to melt away for now.
これを何度想像してきたことか。あなたのそばにいるだけで安らかな気持ちになります。どんな敵よりもあなたを忘れてしまうことだけが怖い。
I was also saying, like, since she's basically Helen, that also explains why I like her design. It's meant to resemble Helen's design in a lot of ways. Like with this outfit, she actually really resembles Cocoon a lot. Like even more than before and whatnot, right? I have never feared any enemy. The only thing I fear is forgetting everything about you. Oh, Helen! Helen! I can still feel Helen's presence with my eyes closed. Her warm exhale draws closer. As warm as a human's. Bro, so the last fucking line is gonna fucking auto advance, and I'm gonna be pissed if I don't read it. So I need to focus. Her gentle breath lies a feather brushes across my lips and my nose and my clothes and my eyes, and finally it envelops me in its warmth entirely.
これが私の憧れてきた家。
Oh, moment of long overdue peace. My consciousness gradually slips away, sinking into a deep, restful dreamland. Okay, so this is probably last scene, right? I mean, not last scene, but last line. Gotta get ready. Get ready to read. Inside this room, board Elmo, Helen Greeley commits every detail of this moment to the base layer of her neural cloud. Look, see, here she go. I knew it. I knew she was doing it. Oh, they giving us the dots? All right, well, good then. Oh, it's not the end. Oh, all right, never mind. Most likely recruitable is and will remain Igla. After the pure full wipes given, she remembers very, very vaguely that Paradox. It's the reason she lost Orlifin. Orphalune. And she was custom built solely to protect her Orphalune. Wait, Igla got wiped? I thought she was dead. Fuzzy, you spoiling me, Fuzzy? You got inside info? Sometime later, the door to the room was quietly opened a crack. Helen lifts her gaze to the small silhouette standing at the doorway. It's in the final line of Corpusant? Really? Maybe I just don't remember then. Oh wait, I do remember. She was in that thingamajig, right? It was like some mystery person had brought her back, right? Yeah, the scientists, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's true then. Because Orphalune is the she the homie. And if she the homie, then Igla can become the homie. Yeah. I remember now. I forgot for a moment there. I was like, huh? Yeah, I remember. It came back to me when I thought a little bit. Helen lifts her gaze to the small silhouette standing at the doorway. A wide-eyed child peeks in cautiously, studying Helen with her eyes full of curiosity. It's Melanie.
寝てる。
Dolphine mentioned that Helena's condition still needs monitoring. Remembering that, Melanie hesitates, but in the end, she takes small little steps into the commander's room. Helen, kneeling on the commander's bed, smiles and presses a fingertip to her lips, making a soft gesture toward Melanie. Sensing the hesitation in Melanie's eyes, Helen lowers her hand to pat the empty spot next to her on the bed, the unspoken "come here" hanging between them. Melanie carefully walks over to the side of the bed. Those crystal clear eyes look upon the slumbering commander, then at the smiling Helen.
一緒に指揮官が起きるのを待ちましょう。
The warm, peaceful atmosphere makes Melanie linger in place. Sensing that Helen hasn't turned her away, Melanie climbs onto the bed like a kitten seeking a patch of warm sunlight, lying down next to the commander. Melanie keeps her eyes wide open at first, determined to stay awake until the commander stirs. But soon, as though lulled by the commander's steady breathing, Melanie lets out a little yawn, and gradually she peacefully drifts off to sleep as well. Sunlight filters through the room window, falling softly over them, painting a scene of quiet warmth. Quiet warmth, just like a real home. So what, Melanie are a child now? Helen's the mama, I'm the daddy. Yeah. Diglett was literally seconds from being homie when Paradise did the whole become a Mitri. That's true. That's true. Become a Mitri. She was being persuaded. And they was like, nah. Chillo vague. She said, you know what? I'm tired of watching this. And then she turned to a Mitri. Having finished a tangle of work on her plate, Lentine stares at the internal commendation report, praising her squad's valiant performance. The corners of her mouth twist into a wry smile.
大したやつだ。情報改ざんはすべてコクーンがやったことになっている。演出は拙いが、この私が英雄とはな。
副司令、上層部からの調整が入りました。今回の事件を経て、データセンターのセキュリティアップデートが決定されました。第三世代人形とはいえ、こうも簡単に侵入されてはあまりにも危険です。
奴はそもそも財団の代表として最初から一部の権限を持っていたんだ。
Lentine leans back in her chair, fingers tapping against the armrest in a crisp, light-hearted rhythm.
データセンターそのものの不備よりもネズミの存在を警戒した方がいい。
それじゃあ、前におっしゃったロレンの調査は？
Melody is baby and it hurts because she is the most tragic member of the crew. She knows she is an imperfect copy or whatever Helen is, Helen is the perfect copy. She still feels Paradise can come anytime. She has so many fears and knows she was born for a purpose she can't fulfill, and the commander and crew are the only people on the entire planet that see past that failure and will let her survive. Yeah, that's true. That's true. All physics. All physics. Melanie. That's interesting because it kind of makes you wonder, like, I wonder where the writers are going with this. Because you got to figure at some point. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say at some point they're gonna have to like. They're almost certainly going to give Melanie some kind of role in all of this, right? And I was just wondering like where they're gonna go with that. I mean, she did help around this time around too with like, because she has knowledge of, I guess that is her role, right? She has knowledge of Paradise. So she's able to help with Helena and her issues. But I still feel like they might have something lurking a little deeper than that. For now we don't know, but I think it's coming.
カルメンが大事な情報を差し出すとは考えられない。むしろデータセンターが侵入されたことを利用して容疑を否認することもあり得る。それよりもコクーンがどうなるのかが気になる。
データセンターへの侵入が発覚したんです。リセットされるのでは。
そうとは限らない。
Mateen rises and walks to the window of her new office. After the internal squad's accommodations became a lot more comfortable. You rising up the ranks, Lantine. What you gonna do with it?
ロレンに渡った情報はすべてコクーンの手が加わったものだ。結局ロレンは何も分からずじまいだな。
The role is gonna hurt. Trust me, Mika is brutal when it comes to character. Like Helen. No, don't be brutal. No. Not to Melanie. Not to the child. Intel provides the investigation team already got processed by Cocoon long ago. First game I still have trauma from. 98%. Surely we'll finally get a happy ending, right? Surely they won't break us down even further. We've already been to rock bottom. Surely we can pick the pieces back up and come back for the happy ending we deserve after all these years.
結局、奴は財団に任された役目を完璧に果たしたわけだ。
Rock bottom, that wasn't even close. No, I mean like he was like dude been in exile. I mean I guess it's better than crashing into a wall and dying. But dude got turned into nothing. Surely they won't make it even worse than that. Surely this is the redemption arc. Dude got turned to nothing after his mission failed. He thought he killed Paradise, he ain't killed nothing. Dude did nothing, he lost all his dials. At least he didn't crash into a wall and die though, I guess.
侵入の件も緊急事態に迫られて行った措置という風に処理されるだろう。上層部がその気になればコクーンはすぐにでも解放される。
じゃあ調査は何の意味もなかったということですか。
かもしれないな。だが情報を改ざんできるのはコクーンだけとは限らない。結論を急ぐな。
The image of a blue-haired doll with an ever-present faint smile surfaces in Linting's mind.
人形の中には格別に能力の高いやつがいる。制御こそ難しいのね。
人形といえば財団から新たな人形が送られてきました。今回の件のお詫びだと。
お詫びだ。コクーンの代わりを入れるのが待ちきれないだけだろ。
Linting scoffed.
どうせ財団の目だ。
上層部としては副司令に所有権を持たせてタイに配属させたいとのことです。
Who is gonna be? It's gonna be Nikita. Watch it be Nikita.
こちらが資料です。コード STR-030482
Bruh.
コードネームイグラ。
Okay, I wasn't expecting that one.
戦闘力重視の第3世代人形です。
ここに来る前にリセットはされたんだろうな。
はい、権限の方も間違いなく副司令の名義です。
How they just gonna give Iglet to her? That's not her dial. That's old. Until this game ends, the reality shifts. The current timeline for reverse collapse is we lost, all humans are dead. Only a few dials, robots, and the cause of it all are left. Wait, what? What? That's the story for reverse collapse? All humans are dead? It's just a depressing vengeance story set 30 years in the future. What? Reverse Collapse Bakery Girl is the first game in the series set 30 years in the future. Oh yeah, I forgot about that bakery game. How is a bakery game a vengeance story? But anyway, that was the very first game that they made, right? Like you said, the first game in the series. What? So we already know how it ends? We just all get killed? Well, I might as well quit this game right now then. Well, at least they've shown that apparently we have parallel timelines and stuff going on. So maybe they'll kick that in at some point. Was absolutely fucked, that Syscon bastard. He should have suffered more. Wait, who are you talking about? Hold on, let me go back and read. Luckily, Commander can alter such realities by existing. That's not gonna remain the ending. Just one possible one we purposely avoid. I believe it was kind of hinted at characters from Girls Frontline 1 saw the reverse collapse incident. Oh. Oh, it's hinted that at least 3 characters on Girls Frontline 1 altered that ending through making unbelievably painful decisions. Dolls and humans are dead. Dolls and humans? Bruh. Oh yeah, you did say only a few dolls, huh? That's crazy. That made me want to go and play that. I want to play the bakery game. I want to see everybody get blown up or something. Whatever the hell happened. I assume it was some nuclear stuff. Collapse particles blew everybody up. I can't believe they gave her Igla, bro. This is crazy. Lentine follows Kenny to the area where Igla is being stored. The third gen doll stands expressionless, gazing at everything before her. Sensing Lentine's arrival, she offers a deferential, gentlemanly bow. Obedient, compliant, like a machine, awaiting a command from her master. So to do it again. Wipe her again. You don't matter how many times you wipe her, you ain't gonna be able to get Orphalune out of her mind. Soon as she see Orphalune again, it's over for you.
主が誰なのか徹底的に分からせてやるんだ。
はい、すぐに実行します。
Lentine folds her arms, her gaze cold and praising as she watches the doll before her. Neural cloud white, disposal permission, verification. Lentine scrutinizes every step with care to ensure that each one is completed to the letter. Disposal, permission, and verification. You will make sure that this new tool cannot cause any problems like her predecessors. Oh, it's a super Igla. She done went Phoenix mode, bruh. Phoenix mode Igla. Oh, Igla is more hot now. You over there barking? You over there barking for Igla? Staring at the face of the woman before her, Igla feels as though something important is missing from her neural cloud. There's a name that wants to be yelled out from the base layer of her neural cloud. See? See? You can't erase it. You can't erase it. As soon as she sees Orphalune, it's over. But no matter how hard she tries, she cannot remember it.
リセット完了です。
Wipe complete. New Igla's OP. She did look cool though. Lentine went from a girl I was fine with, enjoyed the possibility of rough allyship and competition, to I want Void to solo old man and spit on her broken body so she knows she isn't even worth the commander's attention. Rah. Damn, why you go all out like that, Fuzzy? Just because of this event? I ain't gonna lie, when she told Helen to kill herself, that was it for me. I was like, nah, I can't fuck with Lentine no more. Nah, I'm not. You can't be doing my dolls like that. Oh yeah, she tried to kill Helen. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm with you on that then. I'm absolutely with you. Cause that's the exact same thing I was thinking. Like, nah, we can't be cool no more. Like before then, like you said, before then, it was like, okay, maybe if, you know, things align correctly, you know, maybe there's a possibility we could be cool. Well, nah. Not my dials. You can't be doing that to my dials. No, not my Helen. Nah. Drawing experience from Helen's case, Lentine does not fully trust neurocloud rights and overriding anymore. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, Lentine, because it's gonna get you again. As soon as a certain person shows up, you done. I bet you know what? I'm saying it right now. Igla is gonna kill Lentine. I'm gonna put it out there right now. This is your death. This is the beginning of the end for you. You. This is where your path diverged, Lentine. Right here. This moment, you should have just immediately got rid of Igla. Maybe you would have survived there. It's over for you. Lentine does not fully trust neurocloud wipes and overriding anymore. While most dials are usable for a long time after a wipe, it is by no means a permanent guarantee. The foundation that a dial builds from real experience cannot be completely changed by data wipes alone.
今後は1週間ごとに定期的にリセットしろ。
Weekly wipes. She fucking Lentine, she fucking hella paranoid now. She saw what Helen did. She's like, nah, bruh. Nah. Wipe her all the time. Not for more power or anything. Spite for losing a tool that she doesn't see dials as human. Igla is a new person. These wipes will damage her permanently. The dials are human thing is more stupid when a lot of military tier elite dials were made with archived brain scans from artifacts. Robella was a direct brain scan. Oh, word? I didn't know that. Only Saint Fairy and Defy don't have any connection to human brain scan. Plus Civi dial. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, like you said, it don't really make sense then, right? You know how people go. People get scared of things that they feel like are superior to them. You feel like they're being replaced, so they try to talk down on them. You're not a human, you're just a machine. Now on, schedule weekly wipes for her at a fixed time.
構いませんが、それでは情報処理能力に影響が及ぶ可能性が。
戦闘力重視のモデルなんだろ。戦えればいい。私の体で人形が指揮官になるような状況は許さん。余計な情報に触れさせるな。
You'll never become one of my unit. Yeah.
はい、分かっております。適切に使えば戦力アップは間違いないでしょう。
Looking at the dial who has just undergone yet another neurocloud wipe. Lentine speaks softly.
お前の過去には微塵も興味ない。来たからには徹底的に利用させてもらう。私がお前の唯一の主だ。覚えておけ。
Yeah, sure you are. Master 3rd Gen dial, Monkey security, a stream of new information is captured and recorded by her neural cloud. It can remain silent following every new command from the woman who owns her. In a vacant office, Cocoon reports to a man on the other end of the comm screen.
ヘリはマグニセキュリティ内部の情報をすべて取得しました。こちらの
Damn,
想定通りの結論を導き出すでしょう。
Cocoon, don't you wanna come on over to the Elmo, Cocoon? Heli has fully accepted the intel from Mangi Security.
マグニセキュリティがホワイトエリアの実験施設から承ったのは物資輸送と警備のみ。
It's weird because I feel like we still don't know who actually is controlling the third gen dial. Maybe I'm just tripping. Because it feels like okay, check Fabin, right? But is it really them? I feel like it's like some kind of higher being. Maybe it's the creator, quote unquote, whoever the hell that is. Cause I feel like she could turn on check Fabin in an instant and it wouldn't even like surprise me. Like it feels like she low key scheming right now. Like she seemed like she helping, but is she really? Mangi Security's cooperation with the White Zone Lab was limited to supply, transport, and security.
この事実により、ロレンとセシト&ファルベングループの信頼関係は維持されます。トラ奏者で行われた実験は、職員が勝手に行ったもの。
We still don't know. Also, Girls Frontline 1 players know who father and creator are. What's this cis guy you keep talking about? If you play Girls Frontline 1, dude doesn't even get named till chapter 8 or so. That's funny. I need to play Girls Frontline 1. I need to just go ahead and do it. You know what? That's what I'm doing this weekend. I'm going to look up information and figure out like what's going on with Girls Frontline 1. So I can make a decision on if I'm going to go ahead and play it or not. And I think I'm probably going to end up finding that, yes, I'm going to go ahead and play it. It's a meme. He isn't worthy of his name. That's funny. I wonder if I'm going to have the same feelings when I meet him or when I learn of him. Like, you bastard. I should slap your little cis guy self. Girls Frontline 1 after Girls Frontline 2. It's hilarious because you get insane. Oh, so that's why they are like that? Oh, no. I can bet. I bet. I can definitely see that. For sure, I can see that. I know it's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to start to click like, oh, okay. Stuff that you all already know, right? Because you've all been through it. We have to learn that Girls Frontline want Laura and realizing how fucked we are. Yeah. Yeah. I bet. Pay attention every single time you see words light in the darkness. Or Rosart truism. Rosart truism. What's that? I guess I'll find out, huh? Yeah, I'm interested. I'm very, very interested. Wolf and hedgehog thing. Eat the rich, huh? Eat the rich people up. All experiments on its oil incorporated his name. The man on the other end nods with satisfaction. The call is promptly ended. Being caught tampering with intel did cause some trouble. When weighed against the achievement of successfully leading the URNC investigation by the nose, that small loss feels entirely bearable. Palazzo suffered a loss, but surely with the UNRNC chase and accountability, Miss Berryfield would know better than to say anything she shouldn't. After all, the conglomerate operates completely unlike the URNC, which prefers due process. Calling Miss Berryfield's initial embarrassing outburst, Coon simply shakes her head with a soft chuckle.
極めて大きな権限を持つあのヘリで、人間というものへの理解はこの程度。私たちのように騙され、操られ、しがらみから逃れられない。もっと深いところまで潜らせてもらうわ。
... Helly arrives once more at the meticulously tended garden. You know who I want to learn more about? Fucking, yeah, I need to play some Girls Frontline 1. I want to learn more about Dandelion.
ダンデライオン様、リビウの件の調査結果についてご報告します。チルロビグとパラデウスは長期にわたって結託し、ホワイトエリアで深刻にない実験を繰り返していました。
Experiments conducted in way. Oh yeah? Dandelion turns around. As always, no emotion can be read from her face.
得られた答えはそれだけ？調査は続行中です。続報があればお知らせいたします。
Helly turns to leave. To sustain the investigation, a vast torrent of data pours to her database at every moment. She just came to say that. Helly, what? Hold on, what did she say? Just came to say 2 sentences and then preliminary conclusion. Yeah, I don't know if it was a secret, but yeah, she was with Paradeus. And then experiments, yeah, sure. All of that's fake though, because it wasn't really secret and it wasn't outside the scope of her original stuff, but they already knew what it was. You got tricked. You got tricked, Helly. Within that sea of information, traces as fine and imperceptible as silk threads, cold remnants left by cocoon, are slowly but surely twisting, etching strange marks into an inconspicuous corner within the depths of Helly's neural cloud. What? Helly, don't get no ideas, Helly. All right, that's part one. Part one is done. Solid. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it greatly. Helly, get ideas, be your own person. No, Helly, don't do that. It's not bad per se, but it's bad when Cocoon is the one making you do it. Yeah, the sword character right here, yeah. Faye Tusa. Does she have a horn, or is that like a sword or something? Sword stuck in her skull? What? What? Bruh. Bruh. All right. She just got a lot more interesting. Oh, Dandelion, she is crazy important. She knew this was going to happen. Yeah. Good old Dandelion. All right, so we're at the 4-hour mark, which means I have 2 more hours to give you all some streaming. What should we do? Yeah, I'm staring at you, challenge mode. I don't know if I'm in the mood right now for challenge mode though. I don't know if I'm in the mood for challenge mode. Might have to say that for a different day. Do I do Cat Cafe? I don't feel like doing Cat Cafe. Challenge mode isn't that bad if you have V64 include. Too bad I don't even have V1 Void include cat. Oh yeah, we gotta do the Starlight Gala. In Taipei there. So about 6 days until part 2 opens, right? Helen. 5 days, 8 hours. might have to look at my finances. This might be a spend money angle. Oh yeah, then yeah, it's gonna be rough, buddy. Oh, thanks a lot, Fuzzy. Gonna look at me struggle. See me struggle. Inverse cipher. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna take a break for a bit. Probably about a 10-minute break. And I'm gonna think about what the heck I'm gonna do. I think I might switch games. Maybe I'll do some Chaos Zero Nightmare, why not? Or I could do, I don't know. I'll think about it. Listen, I base difficulty on how many turns it takes. Around 5 till my final Tololo attack. That's high difficulty given she's the last out using line. That's still just one turn, right? Everybody doesn't have a V6 amazing Klukai and a V6 amazing Voimastina to just annihilate everything. Some people out here are plebs. Oh man. I'm gonna have to go all the way to turn 10 because I don't have no damage except for Tololo. Anyway, I'll be right back in about 10 minutes.